Alright. Hello, hello, hello to whoever is tuning in. Hold on, let me fix my hair so that I could wear my headphones properly. There we go. Hello, hello, hello to whoever is tuning in. I kind of wanted to stream this yesterday, but wasn't able to because my schedule was like kind of messed up. And it hasn't been fully fixed yet, to be fair, but hey, getting better. Yeah, I hope everyone tuning in is doing well. I hope, I hope visuals are fine, hope the audio is fine. I hope everything is like running smoothly. I might need to figure out I might need to find a new capture card, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like my audio keeps cracking whenever I do a Switch stream and it's kinda annoying. So that's something I gotta work towards getting, I guess. And yeah, so Age of Imprisonment drops. Excuse me. Age of Imprisonment drops in like November 6th. And I figured, why not revisit some of these, older Hyrule Warriors games? Yeah, why not revisit the first two games of the Hyrule Warriors series before Age of Imprisonment drops, since it's, the most recent one, the third one in the series, and I feel like it's gonna be the last one because Age of Imprisonment is so ambitious. I don't think they're gonna make a new Zelda Warriors after that. If they do, it's probably not gonna be Age of Calamity related. It's gonna be like a more fan servicey one like this, but even then, I feel like they're gonna work on a different Nintendo IP Muso by then. But yeah, gonna be revisiting both Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, which encompasses every release of the original Hyrule Warriors. That includes the Wii U game, the 3DS game, and yeah. And then Age of Calamity, of course. These two games are structured completely differently, so obviously I'm gonna focus on the single player stuff. For Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, there's like a lot of stuff to do, so we're mainly gonna be doing Legend mode only. And my plan for today is to do the main story stuff first, so from here up until... where is it? Up until this mission. And then we'll do every side story tomorrow, which would include the Linkle story, the Sia story, and the Wind Waker stuff. So yeah, I'm just gonna be doing this. I'll be playing on my old save because, I mean, I can't really be bothered to grind certain characters. There are some characters where I kind of not feeling, or I'm not really feeling their playstyle, so it's like, I'm just gonna do this and maybe do hard mode, since I've only done these stages in normal, so hey. And then outside of that, for Age of Calamity is structured completely differently. It's more, I mean, I guess these are both single player games because they're Musos, obviously, but it's like Age of Calamity is more story focused. It's more, of a compact game, as opposed to this where it's like, the story stuff is like just kind of short, and the bulk of the game is the adventure mode, which has so much stuff to. I still haven't beaten adventure mode. This game is too overwhelming for me to even consider 100%ing, but I don't know. But yeah, this one we'll do, you know, part of we'll do the main story today, side stories tomorrow, and then for Age of Calamity, I'll start a new save and maybe 100% the game again. We'll see. So yeah, I'm not gonna yap anymore. Let's, you know, let's finally start. Also, I could change the costume, so I think I'm gonna have fun with that a bit. Or maybe, or should I play with all default costumes? Nah, let's have fun. Let's play a bunch of other costumes we got here. I don't remember this one. Let's play this one. Sure, why not? I don't remember that for some reason. I'm trying the other weapons, but I think we gotta start with this, yeah. Feels right to start with this. Ignore the fairy names. I did post a long time ago. I don't fully remember why I named them that way. I don't even use the fairies, to be honest. I forget they're in this game half the time. Uh-oh. The story here is like pretty simple. It's like, you know, because like these Musou games were mainly fan service, so these stories were like just thrown in together to like just, you know, make up something to get these characters to come together. It's like not the deepest Zelda story ever, but it's pretty serviceable. I'd say it's better than whatever the fuck Fire Emblem Warriors had. So obviously Age of Calamity has like the better plot, because it's more it's actually story focused. But like this isn't too bad. It's got hype and aura, so you know that's what matters the most. And then thinking about it, I think this is where the inspiration of Link being a royal knight came from. Because, like, the older Zelda games either has Link to be some guy from the country or whatever who just stumbles across the princess. I don't know, most of the time Link is, like, not really working for Zelda, really. This is, like, the first game I've seen him done that. And then, you know, Breath of the Wild also took inspiration with that, and we actually see it in Age of Calamity, which is poetic because, you know, both Hyrule Warrior games starts with Link being a knight. And he just ignores them.
Hordes of monsters began laying siege to the kingdom of Hyrule. Princess Zelda led a valiant defense against hopeless odds.
Now let all these rock, cause, you know,
defeat reached the cadets at the knight's training yard.
This is part of why we're replaying this.
Hyrule's trainees were left to wait helplessly inside the castle walls. Despite the odds, one young knight took up his simple training sword and chose to fight.
God, I remember being so excited for this back then. I didn't have a Wii U though, so I had to wait until the 3DS version to play, which I'm glad existed, but also I am never playing that version again. Like, oh my god. It did not look good, it ran like shit. It's like, fuck no, I'm not touching that again. But I appreciate it for existing, because it gave me a chance, as someone who never owned, you know, a Wii U. And then Definitive Edition happened, and this is just the way to go. I remember wishing that they... I remember saying that I wish they added, you know, the Breath of the Wild champions here, which I was disappointed at initially. So, Age of Calamity was like such one of the best surprises. One of the only good surprises to me in 2020, if I'm being real. So yeah, while I do prefer Age of Calamity's gameplay, I do still really miss this game, and God, it feels so nice to revisit again. I will say though, Link definitely in both games, Link is like overpowered as fuck. Especially this game. This game, it's like Master Sword, unfortunately, renders most things obsolete. Age of Calamity, there's at least characters more busted than Link. I mean, Link is a solid high tier, I'd say, in the next game. Funnily enough though, because I did get a Wii U, my first Musou game was DW8 Extreme Legends. Well, the OG first and then Extreme Legends, which is great because the game is pretty fun. What am I supposed to do? Hold on, I wasn't paying attention to fucking... Advance here, okay. It's funny how that's my first Musou, and yet that's the only Dynasty Warriors I played so far. I do plan to change that immediately though. Well, I guess I played Origins, but that's just the demo. Maybe if that goes on a sale, I'll definitely stream it. Volga. God, these OZs are so sick, man. One thing I'm disappointed about in this version is that these cutscenes are now pre-rendered. These are video files now. Which, first of all, if you look at the fucking sky of this map, it's, you know... it looks completely different. Because it used to be gloomy, and for some reason they made it bright as fuck. So, you know, that disparity does bug me a bit. And then next to that is... next to that is basically, you know, just not being able to see these with your own costumes, because that was one of the cool things from these cutscenes being, you know, in engine or real rendered real time. I mean, I guess I get it. It's like, you know, I guess. Okay, dead. Bye-bye. Oh, I just left. Alright, I just left. I was like, why is he not taking damage? That's right, you're not supposed to beat him here yet. But I'm like level 77. I was tempted to start a new file for this, but I wanted to showcase... after doing all the legend mode stuff, I do want to play some adventure mode stuff just to showcase the other characters we don't get to play in this mode. We're not supposed to have the bombs by this time yet. Easy. So yeah, DW8 was my first Musou, which this game was built upon on. So it does have some similarities. It's a bit better because as much as I like DW8, going back to it now after playing these newer Musous, it does feel a bit dated, but it is still fun. Alright, good. The cutscene still plays. I also like how they have Zelda enemies here, which, I mean, obviously, like, they're gonna have Zelda enemies, but I like how they all have different, you know. Also, wait, did I change my camera settings? Oh yeah, no, that's the right one. I like, I like how they have Zelda enemies that usually appear together, like, you know, like bokoblins are there, moblins, so on and so forth. But like each of them seem to have, you know, seem to be based on a different version. Like bokoblins and moblins are Skyward Sword. And they have like, you know, the fucking style. The style children are based on like the N64 era look. And Aerial Falls seems to be based on like 3DS, so on and so forth. Some of them have original designs like the Dinolfos. Supposed to switch her? Okay. Oh yeah, the topic of characters, outside of like wanting to showcase each character, part of why I didn't want to reset is because some of these characters are just not very fun to me personally. One of the reasons why I gravitate towards Age of Calamity more is because, you know, that one I feel like had me like almost every character except one, which we'll get to when we get there. Whereas this one, it's like, there is a character here that I spent way too much time on because he's like the most fun, and then everyone else are like, you know, eh. They feel so much better when you like beef them up a bit though, I will say, because like some of these characters do not feel good at the start. But when you unlock their combos, because that's how Musou games work, when you unlock their combos, when you unlock their combos and you level them up and you unlock their stronger weapons, they feel so much better. Zelda, I feel like, is an example of this, because like, oh my god, she feels so good now. Oh, Wizrow is here. That's right, she has light stops, you have to use that. Okay, okay. Jesus Christ, it's decimated. I forget if she has a combo that like has her, you know. Hold on, let me. Yeah, here we go. Where the oh wait, yeah, the door's closed, okay. Yeesh. Yeah, the game is still so fun. Keep losing track of what I was saying. I want to go back to my first Muso DW8. Wait, no, I think I already mentioned that. And I want to talk about how this is closer to like back then. I see people calling this like, you know, not as real Zelda game Dynasty Warriors reskin. And I used to be like so offended by that because it's like they keep saying it in a derogatory way or saying it in a way that makes it seem like that's a negative aspect of the game, which is like, dude, Warriors games are fun. Muso games are fun, but also fuck. Whatever. We'll do that again next time. Oh, good. Okay, my god. God, this character switch is a godsend. This was not in the original. I don't think I could ever play a Nintendo Muso without this. This makes things so much easier. I like that after having played DW8, and then playing these games is making me appreciate this game way more than I probably could have if I played this one first. Like, so much elements are shared from it, like the engine is similar. I wouldn't say the gameplay is similar because it's like, you know, these characters play far more crazy compared to DW8 characters. Alright, here we go. But like, you know, the way the cutscenes are done are similar, so on and so forth. And just, I don't know, I'm just so glad this game exists. I'm so glad this whole Nintendo Muso thing exists. Zelda as the first one is also great because, like, they could have started with Fire Emblem, but like, thank fuck they didn't. Nothing against Fire Emblem, but like, this is infinitely more interesting than the Fire Emblem Warriors if they started with that, because it's like, you know, FE is cool, but FE characters are always already, oh, they have swords, they have weapons. Whereas this one, it's like, you know, yeah, Link has like a sword and shit, but all the other characters, I mean, look at this. I'm gonna play a certain one of the stages, by the way. Oh yeah, that's right, I should probably do some of the Ganon and Coco stages too, just to like showcase those. Maybe not later in the stream unless we have plenty of time, or unless I decide to do this for like, I don't know, 7 hours. Open the gates. The Dongo. Going back to how this is like, you know, people kept calling this a Dynasty Warriors reskin. Like, obviously I don't I'm not gonna call it that in a sense that, you know, I'm not gonna use it in a derogatory way, but it's like, in retrospect, especially after AOC, you know, in comparison does, this being, you know, this is a game that's like more Warriors than Zelda in a sense that it's, you know, so Warriors game with Zelda elements versus Age of Calamity and Imprisonment where it's like they have so much elements from Breath of the Wild and Here's to the Kingdom respectively that it's like a more perfect blend of the two games as opposed to this one where it's like still primarily a Musou game. Like the items are whatever, the bosses are neat, but it's like they're not anything that's outright game changing. Whereas it's like, say, Age of Calamity, like the elements and all that shit, and then Age of Imprisonment, the fucking Zonai stuff. Central Keep is in, hold on, I'm dealing with it right now. Yeah, I feel like Impa's ability to like deplete these gauges to be kind of slow. There we go. There are some things that, you know, because of the nature of these games, there are some things that I miss about this game way more than the later games. Like the presentation, like the character intros are so sick, man. The character intros, these boss intros, the victory animations. The guitars and the music, because it's like, you know, AOC and then AOI have like pretty good music, but dude, please, we need the guitars, the Musou guitars. This is like the staple of Musou games. It's also part of why these three games, or at least the two games, because like Age of Imprisonment hasn't released yet. But like these two games are like my favorite games in the series in terms of music, like Zelda games. It's like, goddamn. This is where she dons the tuning. By the way, best Impa design. Like, my god. It's like the Skyward Sword design, but then they updated it a bit.
Power, wisdom, and courage. It has been the object of countless battles between the forces of
This
light.
narration stuff is also in, you know, inspired by DW8. DW8 would have this, at least in the Japanese version.
Each time the Triforce fell into the clutches of
They have
evil,
cutscenes like these in the
Hyrule's
English
flesh
version, but they were not dubbed for some reason, unlike the Japanese version where,
hero,
you know,
clad in
both the camp segments, because that game had like camp, quote unquote, segments where you get to just explore the camp and then talk to the characters. Both that and then the narration scenes were dubbed, which wasn't the case in the English version for some reason, but I'm glad it is here.
3 of the fragments were scattered across time and space. The final fragment was sealed in a sacred temple built upon holy ground, imprisoned by the blade of evil's bane.
Didn't I already use that? Oh my god. Yeah, a bunch of weapons. Okay, cool. I'm still sad that Skyward Sword got the short end of the stick here. I feel like it does have 2 maps and it has 2 characters, but it's like, dude, Twilight Princess has like so many characters. Like Midna and Zant, and then another Midna, and then there's like, you know. There's another Midna form, there's Agatha. Where Skyward Sword can't even get Groose, and then we don't even get the Skyward Sword, you know,
the army of monsters had taken
Skyward Sword outfit costume for Impa, or even Demise as a costume for Ganondorf, which I feel like were missed opportunities. Damn, I feel like I kind of want... I'm tempted to ask for another Hyrule Warriors that's like a second fanservice-y game, but I also feel like after Age of Imprisonment, they should explore a different, you know, different IP. Like a Mario or Kirby Muso would be sick, especially something like this, but like much better. Oh my god.
Impa heard a rumor that a handful of soldiers were holding out against the monsters in Farron Woods. The leader of this resistance was supposedly a young woman.
The introduction to one of the OCs, Lana. I love the OCs of this game. They're not much, but I kind of hope they get to be reintegrated in the main game somehow.
With its own dangers.
Like, Linko is an adorable idea, Lana and C are great, Volga especially needs to be in a fucking game. Wizard's kind of a glorified Dark Pole, but he's pretty cool still. Pa pa da pa 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 da pa 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 da pa pa da pa 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 da pa. Ah, I miss this game so much. I have not touched this mode in forever. The last time I played were mainly just challenge modes. Even I think a few days ago I tried playing it just to see how it runs to the Switch too. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. The fan service in this game is great, but the amount of original areas is also very sick. You could tell, like, you know, you could tell the ones who made this were true fans of the Zelda games, because they were able to deliver on the fan service for the most part, as well as, you know, create new things that make sense. This is like a much better fan service game for the series than, you know, better fan service game for the Zelda series and Fire Emblem Warriors was for the Fire Emblem series, because that one was limited to 3 games for some reason. Granted, this sorta is too, but at least it feels a bit more spread out, especially because of the DLC, where it's like, you know, yeah, Twilight Princess again, but it's like you also get Majora's Mask stuff, and then Legends happen, you finally get the Wind Waker stuff, you get the DS stuff, you get, you know, a Link Between Worlds, so on and so forth, which is like pretty cool. And even if that weren't the case, the characters are more visually distinct from one another versus like FE Warriors, where, you know, they all kind of just mesh, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. There's like so much elements from this game that, you know, they also did for Age of Calamity, which I really appreciate. Like Link being a knight, Impa and Link being the first playable characters. Or I guess you play as Zelda before Impa first in this version, but it's like in the original version, I don't think you play as Zelda at all in the... I don't think you play as Zelda at all in, you know, the start of the game, and you don't get her till much later, if I'm not mistaken. Especially since character switching wasn't a thing. I will say though, the mission fuck, did I? Yeah, well. Not my weapon of choice because this is kind of slow, I will say. It's a big sword that's a bit slow and heavy, so... does that not work? Alright, that's okay. Force. Okay, that's the fifth strong attack. Oh yeah, that's right. You need a fucking bomb chew for this. Hold on. Alright, it's a good attack. I feel like most Zelda fans or most people like playing this like casual Muso folks are just like mashing buttons randomly and they're like, oh, let's see what works. Like they don't really know which combos are which. Granted, it looks like I'm doing the same thing, but that's because I don't really main this character. Oh, you can cancel that, okay. I remember using her other weapon more. If I get to play as Impa again, I'll definitely stick to that one. Like the Naginata? Thick weapon. This one's open. God, this is like way too easy. I'm like beefed up as hell. Even in hard mode, this is like piss easy. Boom! There we go. I also link a bit. God, I wish I could choose the costumes of your secondary characters, but oh well. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Wait, I don't remember this cutscene. Oh, that's right. Sheik shows up here. I don't know why I keep thinking Sheik shows up in the later missions when he shows up here. Also, who could Sheik be? Ooh. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Sheik is, you know, Zelda, like, Ocarina of Time, that's the case. That's where this is inspired from. Twilight Princess Sheik was also gonna be like Zelda in disguise. I don't know who Sheik is in Smash Ultimate though, because like I don't know if that's supposed to be Wild Zelda or Wild's Link, considering Link is the only one in that game who can actually wear that gear. Also fucked up how Zelda's like race faking essentially. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I've done this here. Ah, it doesn't do the camera, damn it. Oh well. I'm not even using the Master Sword. This is like just the fucking basic sword that that's kind of rendered obsolete after, you know, the Master. Actually, no, wait. I think there is a version of this that's stronger than the Master Sword. I could be wrong. It's been a while. This version adds like a shit ton of new weapons. Okay, let's command characters. Can I can't command you. Can't go there. Yeah, the cave has its own music too, which is sick. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to meet Sheik? There we go. Oh, another bomb chew. Okay. There we go. Okay. Have I not gotten this before? Also, yeah, these chest opening animations are just so sick, man. I do have some gripes about this game as the quote-unquote Zelda fan service title, but it does the job well for the most part. A hot take I have is like, you know, Ancient Calamity, better fan service for Breath of the Wild than this game for the whole series, but that's unfair because it's like, you know, Ancient Calamity is a more focused game. This one's like, obviously they're trying to like spread throughout the entire franchise, and it's really hard to do that. I am so excited for, besides the game itself, one of the things I'm most excited about Age of Imprisonment is like the prospect of Nintendo Musos in the future, because it's like, dude, if they do a fucking Mario Warriors, it's gonna be way more ambitious than this one. Holy shit. Dark Wizard, did they not reveal Wizard's name until much later? Forgot. Wait, where the fuck is Link? I'll play these, I'll do these and then I'll play with a Sheik in a bit. That's one. Also, my god, this game is 60. Oh my god. Doing this early because, you know, I feel like with my stream time's gonna be compromised a bit since I'm gonna be moving to a different apartment. Mainly just staying with my grandma since, you know, need someone to like watch over her, and I'm like, like I guess I could like, you know, stay there and shit. I don't mind staying there, I just don't like the moving process. That's always so cumbersome. If I maxed out the combo of every character. Usually with these games, you have to unlock their combos. Like a skill tree and shit. They're a bit easier in the later game because you just have to complete certain missions related to each character. I think. That is a bit more streamlined versus here where it's like, dude, you have to really grind if you want to max out their skill tree. Excuse me. Granted, unlocking their... what is it called? Unlocking their skill tree... not their skill tree, their combo shouldn't be too hard. Unless you spend time unlocking everything else they've got, but... Who the fuck? Oh, that's a summoner, okay. Spirit is dead. And seal with the one here. I forgot we're supposed to sing in the newer Musou games. This is like such a key component of the older Musou games, or at least in... Actually no, I think just Hyrule Warriors, like specifically this one. I'm not sure if Age of Calamity does this. I don't think the Fire Emblem... maybe... what is it called? Three Hopes does it? I don't know about the... no, maybe the OG does it. I don't think Three Hopes does. Boom! Where is the... okay, there we go. Now these objectives are longer than I remembered. I'm so used to like challenge mode missions being like relatively short. Or like, you know, you get to finish them faster because you do need to finish them at a certain time. Usually less than 10 or 15 minutes to like get an A rank or S rank. Or actually no, is it... are the ranks letters or they're... I think they're just silver and gold. Like you get a golden rank. This one is like really long. The elapsed time 15 minutes, Jesus. What was I gonna say earlier? I decided to move this earlier because outside, yeah, the stream schedule thing, but also besides that, a Wizro finally shows up. Here we go. I anticipate that, you know, we're gonna get an Age of Imprisonment demo, so I'm definitely gonna play that. And I feel like I'm gonna need more time for Age of Calamity, because this game isn't that long. I'm not gonna like 100% it. These story missions aren't that long. Excuse me. Pum 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 pum. I was gonna say, why not Zelda games have stuff like this where the harp is able, you know, harp is something you use for combat. You realize that this is a Muso staple. They technically can't outright do that. I forgot, do Wizro, Sia, and Volga have moves exclusive to their NPC variants? Because like the thing is, these characters were not planned to be playable at all, but they were added post-launch as a free update because folks were like, oh, they're kind of popular, why not? And then the first DLC had like, you know, a story mode for them. I think that was DLC. I remember them being free, but the story mode being paid initially in the Wii U version. I never played the Wii U version, but I followed the hype very closely because like, dude, a fan service Zelda game, of course I'm gonna be there. That's when my love for Muso started. Granted, I wasn't as excited for FE Warriors because like the game looked cool, but then, you know, it's like I'm not as attached to FE. Three Hopes I was very excited for because, you know, I have a huge attachment to Three Houses, but my god, the game burnt me out and I'm not really big in the story. Actually, wait. Let's not have Sheik go there just yet. Forgot that did that. I did not mean to do that. That's also inspired by DW8 specifically, like the rage mechanic. God damn! Oh, whatever. I'm not here for a Skulltula hunt, but Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, these missions don't have the fast travel statues yet. I just realized that now. That's also another godsend, especially for like challenge mode. Some of those missions get adventure mode rather. Some of those missions get really hard. Like some of those missions are really hard. These story missions aren't too hard, but like adventure mode stuff, it's like some of them are really brutal. Some of them are really brutal. So stuff like these are a godsend. No, I don't think that's Zelda. Unfortunately for you guys. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh yeah, some of these show up in the story missions. Usually there's like a cutscene by the end of this, so this is a nice surprise. Yeah, she looks kind of scuffed there though, Jesus. Like the thing with these Muso games, even DW8 does this, is like the old costumes are clearly, you know, asset reuse. Like these are reused from like Ocarina of Time 3D or so. What's impressive is that I don't even know how they're able to do that. No wait, no, this is the next one. Whoops. Like
Link and his allies were saved from the dangers of the Elden Caves by a mysterious youth named
the Ganondorf one was like, you know, the Ocarina of Time was like reused from Ocarina of Time, and then the Twilight Princess one, I think some elements were reused from that mesh. But they were really able to make it work. I don't know how. Or maybe it's the textures that were reused, but the mesh is new. It's the same thing with like, obviously the Wind Waker one, that's not the case because they have the new, they really have to make new assets for that one. Like, what is it? With DW, that's how they do it, I'm pretty sure. Because like the nostalgia costumes are like, you know, the mesh from the old PS2 models slapped onto the PS3 models. I don't know how they do it. Also, the dialogue here is a bit, you know, compared to other Zelda games, it's a bit like surface level. It's like, you know, it's like the bulk of the localization here, which I don't really, I don't really mind. I'm not really complaining. Oh fuck! I forgot to change the costume. Ah, whatever. I barely use this costume anyway, so why not? Oh, you have owl statues here now. Good. Wow, that looks like a dragon. Like a what? Right. Alright, buddy, hold your fucking horses. I like how they have a lore explanation for why the universes are converging. It's because of like Sia's influence or whatever, and yet the fucking ball bins are just here, I guess. Like they just look like this here. Let's command some characters. Right. Oh, there's shitheads here, hold on. God, these enemies are a pain in the ass to fucking fight against if you're either under leveled or, you know. If either you're under leveled or if you don't have the strong weapons. Or if they're in much higher difficulty than you. Or higher level, rather. I will say though, it's kind of curious that they haven't put like Hyrule Warrior stuff in Smash. And it's like, obviously the reason for that's because these aren't owned by Nintendo, but it's like, you know, why can't they negotiate with Koei Tecmo or something? Especially since they're already working with Nintendo. It's funny how little Koei Tecmo stuff we got in Smash outside of like Age of Calamity images, and I guess technically the Three Houses stuff, even though, you know, Nintendo owns those now, or Intelligent System owns those now. Which is why Chase is in the, you know, which is why Chase is in FE Heroes, is because I'm pretty sure Intelligent System owns that character now. I think the Age of Calamity stuff, Nintendo also owns them, but like, they don't really have much chances to do anything with them, since Tears of the Kingdom was already in development when that was happening. And then I don't know how much Age of Calamity... Oh my god, they burnt the fucking Great Deku Tree. I don't know how much Age of Calamity stuff they're gonna put in Imprisonment, considering that takes place in like way in the past. Maybe DLC, I don't know. Find a Great Fairy. Where the fuck is the Great Fairy? Oh, you don't take damage here anymore. DW8 had this thing when if you walk through fire areas, you would take you would take half, you know, you lose half your health bar, and it's just forced to be like that. It's scripted to be like that. Granted, also DW8 are Chinese historical figures, whereas these are Zelda characters. From measly bonfire would be nothing to them. And dead. Oh my god, where are you going? What's the weakness of these guys again? Is it a boomerang? No, it's a bow. Oh, do Gibdos and Redads use the same model in this game? I forgot. It's been so long since I've really played the story mode. Pom 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 pom. No, Cuckoo. God, she's so hot. I used to, well, actually, no. It's the Ocarina of Time design that I'm like kind of about, and then I saw how she looks here, and it's like, oh my god. I forgot if she looked like this in the 3DS games or if there's a difference there, though. There probably is a difference, because this one has like the Koei Tecmo flair. Can I not ally with you? Hello? Nah, whatever. Alright, and then you can... No, I'm headed that direction anyways. Dun, 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 dun. Easy. God, I underestimated how long these missions would be. Some walkthroughs that are like 7 hours, and I'm like, why is it that long? Granted, we're already speeding through them up because, you know, we have like... Because our characters are already a bit over leveled relative to the difficulty of these missions. And we have like the stronger weapons. There we go. Oh, brother. Alright, there we go. Ah, Goma. Think fuck this Goma design is based on like the classic games, and like they didn't bring Armor Goma. Armor Goma would have made this game unplayable for me. Like that shit is very hard to look at. Yeah. There we go, perfect. Damn, I should have collected the gold skull. Yeah, I could just regrind those. Making good progress. Aww. It's so sad though that they're trapped in a
For
fucking
generations,
love
Hyruleans have told
triangle.
the tale of the war across the ages. This is how it begins. Deep in the forests, far from mortal eyes, a great sorceress watched over the balance of the Triforce. Through her magic,
Ganondorf
she could
over
see
there.
across ages, able to read the fates of all who lived.
Dude, you have fucking Impa in the silhouette there. You wouldn't even put that costume in the game. What is wrong with you? Come on.
That is, until a unique soul caught her attention. The soul of the hero of legend, eternally reborn when Hyrule's need is greatest.
Like, on one hand, it is like
Through her powers,
essentially kind of a silly love story, but also, you know, if you think about it, it is kind of sad that, you know, this sorceress watches across all the timelines of the Zelda universe. But like, you know, but like, she's all alone by herself with no company in anyone.
A fragment of darkness, locked in its prison, saw an opportunity.
Like, you know, she's preoccupied.
The whispering darkness wormed its way into her heart.
Drawings are cute. Like, she's, you know, she's all by herself, she's the only one watching, and it's like, it does get very lonely. And like, you know, Sia is kind of a tragic character. As Volga too in a way, because Volga was like just a dragon warrior who lives in the caves.
To use the Triforce to resurrect itself,
But you know,
conquer Hyrule once again.
But was forced into servitude by an evil Sia.
Darkness compelled her to open
and eventually he didn't really resist, but he's like, you know,
of time itself.
He like grew to accept his role as a servant, but it's like he eventually had to meet his end.
Bringing ruin to the land of Hyrule once more.
I wish there was more fan content of these two, though. I really like the idea of Sia and Volga together, if I'm not gonna lie. Sia and Lana together too, honestly. Alright, we're done with that. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, hold on. Fucking... Yeah, let's just buff this a bit. Alright, for this one, let's do Lana. Oh, do I not have her skull? Oh shit, do I not have that unlocked? Damn it, I thought I had that unlocked. Whatever. Uh... Alright, there we go. God.
The leader of the resistance
Suddenly
in
remember that
Hyrule
when
was a young
this
sorceress named
game first
Lana.
came out, there was so much
She was a
comparisons to
descendant of
her and that,
Lucia, and
what was it
summoned
called?
monsters
Aqua?
to Hyrule.
A blue-haired
Lana had
anime
been
girl. I
fighting
forget what
Lucia's
anime
army since
that's
it
from. I
arrived.
think Kono...
Lucia now sought to complete the
Konosuba or something? I don't know.
triumphs
The
and
one
use
that
it to conquer
Feimata
Hyrule.
voices.
Link and Impa decided to join forces with Lana to prevent
Granted,
further
Lana
tragedy.
herself also looks like
Although the
she'd be
monsters
voiced by
that Lana
Feimata
were
if
defeated,
this
Sia
game had
still
actual
controlled
voice
most of
acting
Hyrule.
outside of the narration.
Every day, more creatures
Which, speaking of, I think this is the only Zelda game,
Link and
not
Impa
Zelda game, the
fought
only
in
Musou game
darkness,
where there's no
sorely
voice
missing
acting
Zelda's leadership.
from the characters,
Only one
or no
solution
voiced
remained.
lines and they all just do
Stem the tide of
grunts.
monsters by closing the gate of souls.
Which is kind of
Sia
funny because they had
resolved
to
the
make
valley
do
of
with, you know,
souls to put an end to the bloodshed.
they had to make do with what's there. That makes me wonder if they made a second Hyrule Warriors fan service game, are the characters gonna still just do grunts or will they actually have voice dialogue? Because Breath of the Wild started the whole thing with, you know, Zelda characters finally having full voice acting. And then even in Smash Ultimate, the one cutscene of Zelda there, she had like, you know, voice acting. Ba, 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 da, da. God, this is still the Eclipse. The Eclipse songs in this game are just so great. Barely did anything to the keep because there's still no enemies present. Sick. I will say though, Lana, I like Lana as a character. Like, in terms of like, you know, design, story, and whatnot. I wouldn't say she's my favorite to play as. Sia and Volga, I just prefer. Linko's a bit more fun. And I think I prefer Lana over Wizro, especially since, you know, Lana's like out of weapons. I keep forgetting how her other weapons play like though, so I need a refresher course in that. Oh god, Beamos. Da-da-da-da. Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh, Volga's there. You eat Volga, I already did. Alright, where are we? Okay. What am I supposed to do? Oh, okay. Clear out the keeps, yeah. Those need the boomerang if I'm not mistaken, right? Escort mission, alright. Sick. Why can't we play as Impa yet? Right, anyone else? I forgot, does this game have like a fucking... You can zoom in the mini map. You can zoom in the mini map in DW8. I don't know if they carried that over here. Huh. There we go. Ba-da-da-da-da. You're just supposed to wait for him to come. Da, 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 da. Beat you up. There are no generals anymore. Beat up most of them. There's an outpost there though, hold on. Right, engineer's in trouble. Where is he? There we go, Jesus. Oh, now there's an entrance there, okay. I was gonna say, normally there's an entrance there in that side of the map. Thick. Nice. My god. And a bad habit of not really using the item weaknesses as much back then. I should do that because, you know, it speeds things up dramatically. What an awful. Oh my god, you are massive. Oh yeah, they gave them dialogue in this game too, which is funny. They don't usually talk in Zelda games, not even like text dialogue. Also, oh my god, what happened to all our hearts? Yeah, they gave a bunch of enemies that don't normally talk dialogue here, which is funny as hell. Granted, it's a Muso game and they're like, you know, we need some of these captains to make noises, I guess. I don't know. Age of Calamity, they don't do that though. Like, the Bokoblins don't really talk. Link doesn't really talk. Here, there's a new fairy companion named Proxy that people seem to forget about because she's not as involved. That, you know, speaks for Link. I'm fourth servant. Who the fuck are you? Is it Manhandla? There we go. Yep. You introduce the Dark Knots, which make use of boomerangs, and then, you know, there's a bunch of vines. Like, who else is it gonna be? First 3D appearance of the boss, if I'm not mistaken, or at least the closest the boss to ever show up in like a 3D game. They have not used Manhandla in like a 3D game for some reason. God, oh no, I remember now. This is my least favorite boss to fight against. Especially in higher difficulties. There we go. Where the fuck did it go? Yeah, this is a story mission, so they're not gonna make it easy. Alright, let me, so Link go here. Always after Impa. There we go. Come on, open up already. There we go. And mission's over. Easy. Oh, we don't even fight Sia in this mission. That's right. I mean, yeah, she could just do that. Oh my god, those noises! Jesus! Yeah, they knew what they were doing with his character. I think it's implied that she's not herself in this mission specifically, like she's in some sort of trance. This is also the same engine that they used to make the DW8 CG cutscenes. It's so sick. Just Skyloftus there. Half of the land is turned to like Death Mountain. The other half to the old Twilight Field. There we go again. She's forced to use her powers to revive Bison. I mean, which, by the way, Ganondorf here is voiced by Titan Kusunoki, who now voices Bison in SF6, and Heihachi Mishima. So it's like, you know, voices 3 legendary bad guys. They should bring him back to voice Ganondorf in a later game and actually have him do voice dialogue. It'd be sick. Especially since Bison now is kinda like Ganondorf. In terms of like the vibes. Cause like, pretty sure Ganondorf, at least Ocarina of Time Ganondorf, was inspired by Rao from Fist of the North Star, and like Bison, I don't know if he was inspired by him initially, but he definitely is now in SF6.
Sia had already claimed the Triforce of Power. From her, she stole the Triforce of Courage.
Yep.
The Triforce of Wisdom was the birthright of the royal family of Hyrule. Yet Sheik bore it when Sia attacked.
I wonder why.
Sia possessed all the pieces of the Triforce. She used its incredible power to bend time and space and open doorways through the ages. Next, 3 eras appeared. Lana explained to the others that a gate of souls had been opened in each of these eras, and it was through these gates that the monsters came. By opening these gates, Sia
It's also interesting that while this game uses the signs of enemies from certain games, like ball pins, obviously from Twilight Princess, and then the stall foes and whatnot from Ocarina of Time, and the bokoblins from Skyward Sword, they're considered from this world. Like, there are specific enemies later on where they're like, oh, these only show up because of these portals based on the story.
And return safely.
Alright, so that's the first 4 done. How many do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14? Okay, that's not too bad. Good chunk of stuff to do. Yeah, so this is my game. Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and then Skyward Sword. Damn, I wanna use the Naginata though. I'm gonna stick to that because why not? Boom.
Leading a small force of Hyrulean soldiers, Impa stepped into one of
One of the new open
portals.
portals.
The kingdom spread out before her seemed like
Makes
a
sense to have the
direction
Sheikahs go to the area of, you know, Ocarina of Time, since that's the one game here they're most prominently featured. That's actually the game they're introduced in, now that I think about it.
odd. Impa began
Like, this
to
is not
search
just
for
Sheik's
Thea's
first
soul.
appearance and only canonical
She
appearance,
sensed
but this is
an
also
evil
like,
presence on Death Mountain and set out for the ominous pit.
what is it called? This is
And with
also
her came the mysterious Sheik.
Impas? Yeah, because Impa didn't really show up in the older games. And I mean, I guess the old lady Impa, but like, I don't know if she was explicitly named that until much later in Ocarina of Time, and then they're like, oh, those old ladies actually, you know, the impossible and so forth. She can just stay with him. I'm gonna assume that's Navi. Oh yeah, because they're technically like legends. Yeah, they've heard of. They're technically legends here, so they know of these characters. They never have the other incarnations of the main Triforce trio show up, so part of me kind of wants to see that, but also it gets a bit too needlessly complicated. I get it. Bum 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 bum. This will be the first game where Gorons are straight up enemies you could kill. Like there's hostile Gorons in like. There are hostile Gorons in like Twilight Princess or so, but it's like you can't really kill them, you just like knock them away. Oh brother. Alright, Sheik is... Oh no, is it just me? Okay. Ooh! Interesting, our Gorons are like the only... Yeah, they're so tiny here compared to... When Age of Calamity first, you know, I was like, yeah, they were definitely gonna fight Gorons in some of the missions, but I was so curious how they would be done. Because Gorons in Breath of the Wild are massive as hell compared to these little fellas, where Darunia's the biggest one, and then these guys are just... They're kind of kid-sized for Goron standards. I guess Gorons in like these games in Ocarina of Time, which these Gorons are based on, aren't that big anyways. But they are that big, but like there's some of them that are just kind of short as well. I also like how these are references to, you know, areas from the games they take inspiration for in this game. Like this is clearly based on Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, but the music is like new. Like a completely original composition, which I think is like kind of a good call. It's not that the original Goron city theme was bad or anything, or that it can't be remixed, but it's like, God, the wealth of original tracks in these games. You're dead. Alright, hold your horses. actually use this weapon as much. I don't know the combos to this. Da-da-da-da. Oh, come on! Granted, I probably already got the art pieces here in my first run, so I get it. Alright, that's a burst attack, so I should do that more. Nice. Alright, we need to intercept the Runium before he does anything else. Crazy how fucking Gorons are the first one to get their shining moment in these games. Like, so Goron and the Zoras, but like more so the Gorons because there's actual Goron enemies here. Unlike the Zora where it's only just Ruto. And like you don't see the other Zoras here, I'm pretty sure. Would it be until... Same goes for the Gerudo where it's just Ganondorf. They don't even put Naburu here, surprisingly enough. You would not see the other Gerudo or Zora until Age of Calamity. And then the Rito, you wouldn't... I guess the Rito also show up here. The form of Medley is like a free DLC for the 3DS version. But no Rito enemies. No Rito characters outside of Medley herself. Do I have to play as Darunia here? Oh no, not yet, okay. Funny how the Gorons only show up here because of the portal. Like, do they not have their own Gorons in this universe? Whoops. Easy, okay. God, I don't even think her face is animated here. She has a clearly different face compared to the other characters with nostalgia costumes where, you know, like Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf clearly have a different... You know, like their faces are still the Hyrule Warriors face, tweaked a bit to like fit the outfit. Whereas here it feels like they straight up reused Impa's model from Ocarina of Time 3D, even the face. Which they usually change, so, huh. Oh my god, he's here? Nice. Huh. Actually, no, we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that. Ah, now we could just use their fucking boulders against them. Pum 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 pum. Okay, get rid of that. When that's done, I don't have to do this, but I do want to get rid of these. Just to completely weaken them even further. Why do you pose all of a sudden here? Alright, let's speed this up. Dead. Filthy? God, what is wrong with you? Granted, it is a cave, so it's like, you know, I personally would not want to be there. It's a volcanic cave, and I don't know if there's germs there, but there are, you know, bound to be a bunch of like fire and shit. Hazards, I don't know. Nice. I need to grind those golden sculptures someday. I'm kind of reinvigorated in grinding this game. Actually, I kind of do like this costume. Yeah, sure, why not?
At the fairy's request, Impa had fought her way to the summit of Death Mountain to rescue Princess Rudo. There, she subdued the Goron chieftain, Darunia, who had temporarily lost his senses.
Uh-huh.
Upon freeing Princess Rudo, however,
God, it's only been
Impa
2
was shocked
hours.
to learn the reason for the conflict between the Zora and Goron people. The ancient water temple was teeming with monsters that poured from the Gate of Souls. What's more, the
Excuse
monsters
me.
were apparently led by Princess Zelda herself. Hoping to make sense of this disturbing revelation, Impa and her newfound allies journeyed to Lake Hylia. When they arrived, they were greeted by a Zelda seemingly consumed by evil.
Oh yeah, because you have to, yeah, you have to unseal the temple first. God, the fucking music, oh my god. Pom, para, pom, para, pom. I will say, I also wish we got Sheik's Twilight Princess design as an outfit in this game. Like, Sheik wasn't in Twilight Princess, but that design exists. As is evident from Smash, so, you know. Do we play as Ruto in this? I hope we get to play as Ruto in this. Nice. I never fully understood Sheik's moveset in this game, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know she has like a bunch of elements and whatnot, but it's like I don't know the specifics of it. I don't really play Sheik as much, even though he's pretty fun in this game. Alright, now we could play as Impa. Where? There we go. Whoops. Nice, now we can probably access the temple. There we go. Lens of Truth, okay. Uh-oh. This is how the water temple looked back in Ocarina of Time, since this is inspired by that. Oh shit, yeah, I can't go there. Let me find the golden sculpture first. I have a feeling I know where it is. Nice. Excuse me. Huh. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, they're gonna show off Miarizo's gameplay in Evo France, which I'm assuming it's gonna be the only actual announcement we get from the show, but like, they're gonna show that, so I'm gonna try and live record it, if I can. I'm not gonna live stream the event, but I will be live recording it. Okay, let's command Impa. Damn, no version of Zelda would ever talk like that. Oh, brother, stop running! Ah, did I not? Oh, oh well. That's a very spacious stage. Hold on. Oh god damn this guitar though, oh my god. Boom! Uh-oh. Alright, so you don't play as Ruto here, damn. Alright, here we go, the Pretender Princess. The Princess Pretender, I don't know. Did she know other base moves? I don't remember those moves. Jeez, I am taking a lot of damage. The Dongo, oh my god, that's right, you have to fight that as well. There we go. Hmm. Oh! I was like, oh, okay, so we have to fight the Dongos. No, never mind, that ends the... okay. Damn, the version of the Dongo here is based on Ocarina of Time, like for the one in this stage, so... I feel kind of bad we didn't get to show that, but oh well. Alright, we've done that one, so now it's this one.
Lana stepped through her portal and found a jarring sight. Wherever she looked, the kingdom was consumed by shadow. Though she knew of the Twilight Realm, she had never seen it firsthand. Lana's sorcery could not reveal who or what was causing the twilight to cover Hyrule so completely.
Zant.
She
Has to
soon
be
came
Zant.
upon a small village beset by monsters. Her mission to close the Gate of Souls would have to wait.
Yeah, the old Kakariko village is integrated in this stage, which is nice. Bum bum ba 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 bum. God, I miss Twilight Princess. Should do a marathon of the 3D game someday. I don't know. Da, 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 da. Or well, I already played Majora's Mask recently, so maybe not a marathon. Maybe like 5 more years. Cause like 3D Mario Marathon I want to do because I haven't streamed those games just yet. But 3D Zelda, I already streamed Majora's Mask. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I'm not looking to replay just yet. Cause I just beat Breath of the Wild again like 2 years ago or so. That's like pretty massive game, so you know. And then Tears of the Kingdom around the same time as well. Yeah, Agatha of all people is playable. Not even any of the Resistance members. Like, you'd think they'd make, like, Ash-Shape playable or the Yetis, but oh well. Speaking of, this game does not have a snow stage, just realized. Which is bizarre to me. I feel like it should have had at least one snow stage. Most of it is like grass and grass and grass again. Like in terms of biomes, the stages here aren't that varied, but at least, but you know, these stages are more so meant to be referential than actually being biome based. So that at least, you know, so it's not that big of a deal. Did Binta show up here? I forgot. Or is it in the next mission that we see her? No, it has to be this mission. It's starting to come back to me. It's definitely this mission. Lana's the closest to the speaking character here. She says, "Say no." But like no other character actually talks. Yeah, I'm not super big on this moveset. It's kind of weird. It's not really my playstyle, to be honest. Supposed to be going here, I think. It's rare for this map to actually have the Twilight stuff on it, because in the challenge mode they kind of disable it. Yeah, most of the challenge mode mainly uses like the final version of the map. Final version in the sense that, you know, story 1, the legend mode versions have you like do certain objectives to unlock parts of the map. The challenge mode version, the adventure mode maps, just, you know, go like, ah, fuck it, you know, here's the map in its entirety, and then just do this thing, blah blah blah. Or at least based on experience, it's usually like that. Okay, and we can go here. Okay, maybe not here. The keep is locked. This feels like one of the few only actual remixes in this whole game. Escort Agatha. Oh, okay, so yes, I'm supposed to go. There we go, that makes more sense. Where the fuck? Right, maybe I could go here. Let me get that owl statue over there first. Alright, now I remember. Yeah. This is where we meet Midna, and then she's like a third-party faction. I like how she has her own army of monsters here, even though she clearly does not do that in her own game. I will say though, I wish the Shadow Beasts were enemies in this game, but oh well. Oh yeah, those turns are a bit too nerdy for the average Zelda character. Witch is not ugly, come on. Well, I can't say Midna's ugly either, because like, dude, I'd be fucking lying if I said that. Oh, these guys are ugly. How she got monsters to obey her is beyond me, I'm not gonna lie, but hey. It's the power of darkness and all that. Catter what? Okay. This one I'm just raw mashing. I don't know the combos of this. Not stronger, and yet you're dying so easily here. No, I can just do that. I can just do that. Huh. Alright. God, I was yapping so much earlier in the stream. I've expended all my yapping energy. Okay, Midna's still there. Oh, she goes off very easily. Oh my god. Oh, she's not taking any damage anymore. Damn, I didn't think this would be a solo mission. Oh my god. Alright, that's done. Uh-huh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Where we go? Okay. Perfect, now we can go up here. I like how they gave her nondescript wily wolf to replace Link. Also makes sense for her moveset, yeah, because now she can just summon the dog. Which makes it, you know, a bit easier to animate as opposed to like having Wolf Link move back and forth. Whoops. Ba-da-da-da-dun, ta-da-dun. Alright, that should do. God, I was planning to like do all these, but I feel like I'm gonna have to save this for like 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Oh my god, I might have to save all that for tomorrow. It's like I'm starting to feel the fatigue. I'm starting to feel the fatigue. I'm also getting hungry.
Link and his troops stepped through one of
I
the
also
doors,
feel like...
appearing in an era of fantastic
Yeah, I don't know.
sights. He had heard tell of a land
We'll
in
see though.
clouds,
Maybe I could
but now he
stream
could see
Sunday.
Skyloft with his own eyes, though he was not
Because the thing is, if I have to move, I won't have access to the TV for a while. Since, you know, I'm not moving the TV, so I need to wait till I get a second monitor.
He and his allies leapt into the fray.
Which shouldn't take too long, but, you know. Fuck! I forgot to change the costume. Hold on. I wanna change the costume. There we go. Oh, I do have a +5. I was gonna say.
Link and his troops.
Alright, let's replay this again.
Appearing in an era of fantastical sights. He had heard tell of a land in the clouds, but now he could see Skyloft with his own eyes, though he was not the first new arrival. Overrun with monsters, the floating island faced imminent destruction. Though vastly outnumbered, Link did not hesitate. He and his allies leapt into the fray to save Skyloft from disaster.
I love this remix. Oh my god. It's so funny seeing fucking Skyward Sword Link in the damn horse. Alright, the Bokoblins are part of the main world here, but the Moblins are Skyward. Yeah, now I remember. Alright, Girahim is there. I forgot what this moveset was like. It's been so long since I've used this moveset. Ta-da! Ba, 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 ba. I will say though, seeing as how horseback riding is a mechanic in Breath of the Wild, granted, I mean it is in Zelda games, but like here it's specifically a weapon for Link. Seeing as how that's a core mechanic of Breath of the Wild, I'm surprised they didn't incorporate that for Age of Calamity. Granted, the maps there probably wouldn't have allowed it. I don't know. The characters move fast enough that you don't really need the horse. Bum 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 bada 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 bum. Oh yeah, that's right. Fucking cutscenes are pre-rendered. God damn it, I forgot. Like the trailer of the nostalgia costumes had this scene, but with Link wearing the Skyloft robes outfit. So it's a shame that you can't recreate that here. And the soup for Levias is there. If I get to play as Fi in this mission, that would be pretty cool. I liked Fi's moveset. Wait a minute. Oh my god, I forgot we haven't done the other Twilight shit. I was like, I knew I was forgetting something. Whoops. Alright, let's pretend that didn't happen. Did I not have her? This is so embarrassing. I'm breaking the piece of my own fucking... Oh my god, I'm breaking the piece of my own... You know, you could tell I'm fatigued.
Lana had saved an unusual girl named Agatha from the Twilight. To thank Lana for her rescue, Agatha gave her a goddess butterfly.
Alright, let's redo this properly. We'll do this and then the Skyloft stages, and then I'll call it there.
Joined the party for reasons of her own. The
Is it
heroes
Tweety or
followed
Twily?
Goddess Butterfly,
Twilight.
eventually arriving at the Palace of Twilight. There, they met a terrible foe.
Zant.
It was Zant, the usurper king of the Twilight Realm. Lana and Midna would have to overcome his unnatural powers to complete their task.
I was like, I knew I was forgetting something. That's right, I have to clear this first. Alright. Bum 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 bum. I think since I split this up, tomorrow we could do second half of the story and then maybe Sia's Tale if you have the time, and then we'll save the 3DS ones for a separate stream. Like a third stream or so. Whoops. Yeah, I didn't really like how Midna played in this game, not gonna lie. I feel like she's one of those characters where at the start she's like not very great and you need to unlock more of her kit for her to be better. Unlike 5, who I feel like she's already kind of solid at the start. Granted, I think a maxed out Midna might be better than a maxed out 5, but clearly I've not maxed out either of them, so I'll never know. Yeah. -oh. I can play as Agatha here as well, that's cool. Gosh, he's so adorable. Before there was fucking... Before there was Rindoka, there was Midlink. Like, I just had this random realization that, oh wait, these are kind of the same... these are kind of the same trope. This is kind of the same trope. Granted, Rindo doesn't turn to a wolf, but hey. Surprised no one's done art of like Shoka cosplaying as Midna or the other way around. Like, I feel like that would have been an easy gimme. Like, Shoka and Midna are practically the same characters. Punch, okay, cool. I'm sure I've had Midna's strongest weapon already. Granted, it's probably one of the harder ones in the Twilight Princess map that I couldn't get. Or I discarded it by accident. Oh no, I don't even want to think about that. That'd be god awful if I discarded it by accident, but I don't think I would make such a mistake. Oh, brother. You sick fucking Argorok here, why don't you? Level up, good, I needed that. Ba ba ba. I do wish some of the music from this game made it into Smash. It's like, god, the music here is too good to not, you know, for them to not use. I hope the next Smash rectifies that. Like, add music from the 3 Hyrule Warriors games for the Zelda series, man. What was Argorok? Oh, he's above, okay. Nice, dead. Bum, bum, ba, 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 ba. There we go. Oh, what now? Let's hurry there and use it. God, for someone riding a wolf, her run speed is kind of sluggish. Now you're gonna need a great fairy for that. I remember now, you have to unlock the fountain here. Yeah. Yeah, he chased Argorok away, but you didn't really stop him. Well, I guess it's over there. Alright, have to make our way there. Yeah, Midna might be my most underdeveloped character. She is struggling. Nice. That's also dead. Up. This is the west path. There we go. Yep. Cannot stop them? Damn. Me at 8, really? Hold on. Alright, there you go. God, the fatigue is really getting to me. I'd want to stream more of this, but it's like, oh. Yeah, power through the Skyward Sword stages and then I'll call it there. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, why is the D-pad acting up? There we go. Alright, you're dead. Bye-bye. Huh. There we go, easy shortcut. I guess it's such an unorthodox place that I had to beef her up at level 90 just so I could feel like I could get results with her. Right, that's done. That's not the Great Fairy from Twilight Princess. Oh well. Granted, there's never really been, you know, never really actually been A fairy fountain in the Palace of Twilight, so this must be part of the original world. Look at this shit! Jesus, just pulled the fucking moon out of nowhere. Jesus. Interesting how Zant, if I'm not mistaken, is like influenced by Sia and whatnot here. Or not influenced in that he was possessed or controlled, but like he was, you know, he was like manipulating him essentially, whereas Gira him is just kind of doing his own thing. Ba-da-da-ba, ba-da-da-ba. Nice. Uh, let's have Midna take care of her old rival. Where is? Oh no, Zant's in the same area. Never mind. Oh my god! There we go. I don't know why the D-pad is deciding to act up now. Damn it, I was almost there. Come on. There we go. Which was the one where the giant beetle flies in? There we go, this should kill it. Come on. Damn, his weak point gauge is not showing. Fuse Shadow. That's right, I forgot she could just do that here. I will say though, she is very good at decimating the weak point gauges. Dead. And here it is shown that Sia's actually, or rather no, Lana's actually enemies to lovers, midnight, and Sia. Fuck, why did I think of that before? God damn it. Yeah, two halves split in twain. Kinda like metaphor. Oh, speaking of the, yeah, the metaphor stream thingy is like, I think it's done already? I don't know. Probably didn't really announce anything too crazy if I missed it. Oh, brother, why are there so much... I do wish these games would, you know, have it so that you stop getting the damn, you know, stop getting these weak weapons once you get the strongest ones, but I don't know.
Link and his troops stepped through.
Alright, we're back here again.
Appearing in an era of fantastical sights. He had heard tell of a land in the clouds, But now he could see Skyloft with his own eyes, though he was not the first new arrival. Overrun with monsters, the floating island faced imminent destruction. Though vastly outnumbered, Link did not hesitate. He and his allies leapt into the fray to save Skyloft from disaster.
On October 10th, so it's tomorrow. Whoops. Okay, so the Capcom Presents and the... God, this is what's confusing with the time. So this is Capcom Presents and the Metaphor thing hasn't happened yet. Alright, we've already been in this song and dance. Let's do this. So glad to finally play a character that feels like they have oomph behind their hits instead of one that kind of feel like playing with toothpicks. I guess that's like part of the playstyles I like here is that, you know, characters with impact behind their hits. And also probably why certain characters don't gel with me, because like even at their strongest, their hits don't feel impactful. In terms of like the gameplay feel and all that. Unlike, say... I feel like Age of Calamity, every character except the one character I do not like feels like their hits have impact. And that one character is a DLC, so, you know. Granted, those characters are also usually not very great, so yeah. Suddenly there's plenty of knights in the fucking Knights Academy. Granted, yeah, for a Knights Academy, there's not a lot of... granted, this is like a desolate... Not desolate, but like this is like a isolated floating island in the sky, so... I shall assist in this task, thank you. Transfer up, so that's quick. One of the few characters that you can't really interact with directly to have speech bubbles. At least in this game, because like usually the ones that do are like, you know, playable characters or bosses and enemies and whatnot. Whereas Levi's is just kind of a background element. I don't know what part of Skyloft this is supposed to be, but hey. Alright, that's done. Girahim's just here, okay. Wow, that did little damage, surprisingly. Nice. I like how he's like ordering Volga around and Volga's probably like, work for you, asshole. Dead. God, this moveset is very underrated. Oh, you're dead. God, Link is just too busted. Oh my god. He's the most level up character because he's the one you play the most. Ganondorf, I just went out my way to grind the shit ton of because, dude, it's Ganondorf. Of course he's gonna be my fucking main. Like, all these characters are cool, but Ganondorf is ultimately the one that sold me into this game. And then they gave him a second weapon in the 3DS version, which is like, think, fuck. He was like the only I guess one of the quote-unquote main characters of this game to not have a secondary weapon, because like, I mean, bosses don't really need them, but like the new enemy OCs, Sia, Wizra, and Volga, but like Link had multiple weapons, Zelda has multiple weapons, Impa and Lana do. Ganondorf was the only one who didn't until the 3DS version. Where am I going? Pa 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 pa. God, this game is so fun. Da 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 da. Oops. Let's head down here. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna show up there again. This model isn't even present. What the fuck, was that an error, or was it always, has it always been like that? Okay, that's dead. Cool. Ba-da, ba-da-bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-da-bum. now I can head there. You dead? Oh, not dead yet. Boom, okay. There we go. That should tank their fucking morale since their base is literally taken away. That's the whole thing with Dynasty Warriors and Musou games. You should not be leaving your base, otherwise your main camp, otherwise, you know, you'd fuck yourself over. God, you're hoping I can marathon the fucking... I can marathon Age of Imprisonment in its release date. I'm gonna try to like beat it and maybe even 100% it on stream. I don't know, we'll see. Definitely beating the main game, but like, yeah. Alright, this should be a wrap. We can just go here and then, you know. Right now the keep is open. Fairy's dangling a fucking giant fishing rod. Yeah, now his power's gone. Ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da 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 da. This one is straight up a remix of the boss theme from like original Zelda game, I think. Like NES games. Da 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 da. That did not hit him at all. There you go, he's dead. Good! Solid progress. Now we've got one last chapter left and then I might call it there. I am like super tired. I was planning to finish the whole main story here, but I guess that's not the case. I underestimated how long these were gonna be, even with like maxed out weapons. Uh-oh. God, Skyward Sword Link playing the fucking ocarina and shit. Yeah, like the costume seems to be, you know, the same mesh from Skyward Sword Link, but the face is clearly from, you know, this game's Link. Tweaked a bit to fit the costume, unlike Impa where it's like, it seems to straight up just be the mesh from Ocarina of Time 3D. And like, they only like tweaked it a bit so that she could have, you know, facial animations and shit. It's really my strongest one. I could have sworn I've had like a stronger fire weapon. Granted, I don't really grind her as much, so I guess. Yeah, the fairy thing is the most nothing.
Join Link, and together they drove away the dragon.
What is it called? The fairy thing is the most nothing gameplay feature they've added to both these games, like both the Wii U and 3DS versions, and this is like just a compilation of both versions. Like, I'm glad it's here, but it's like, eh.
The Hyrulean army advanced quickly in order to catch up to their quarry, and that was when Girahim sprang his trap.
Granted, there's definitely people out there who are probably invested in that, but me personally, I'm like not really interested in that. Just here for the core Muso action. Ba 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 da da. Oh my god, Fi is so mobile. He's more mobile than Link on a fucking horse. Like, why is Epona so... Granted, yeah, Fi is very mobile and agile, but I guess lacks the damage that Link has. Which I guess is a fair trade-off. Boom. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, I can command Link now. Grucinator over here. It's gonna come in handy later. They have the Grucinator but not Gruce. That's fucked up, man. Da 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 da. Oh wait, yeah, weapon. Okay, cool. Uh-oh. Oh god, there's like 8 of them in this map, isn't there? And we have to like beat up 8 turncoat generals or something. I forgot if that was an adventure mode thing or the original mission for this chapter. Alright, we're done. Dens. Right, Link can go. Oh my god. Apologies. Yeah, I only got like 5 hours plus of sleep, so that's the contributing factor to this. Hopefully by tomorrow I've already gotten the fixed sleep schedule and like quality of sleep has improved, so on and so forth. There you go. Here we go. God, it's crazy how they improved the animation of the stance compared to the original scene. It's inspired from... Like, the teleport effects do so much for me. I just love that. It's one of the most underrated aspects of these cutscenes is how well they're animated. Not only the quality of the animations, but also just how dynamic they are. Like, if you compare these cutscenes from older 3D Zelda games, or even Breath of the Wild and Age of Calamity cutscenes, like, it is so much more exciting because, like, the fucking combat and cinematography and shit, it's just so, you know, it's just so beautiful. Like, God, Koei Tecmo knows how to do cutscenes. From DW7 onwards, the cutscenes have always been top-notch in my opinion. Like the animation and all that. You let them make a Sonic Muso and they're gonna make models and rigs that are gonna end the fucking model discourse shit. And the Sega says no, but oh my god, this is a good boss to fight while I'm sleep deprived. Jesus. Actually, don't have much trouble against the imprisoned in Skyward Sword, funnily enough. I don't mind the boss fight. People are like, oh, fight him 3 times, so annoying, but I'm like, it's not that bad. But in this game, he's, oh. The imprisoned in a game like this is just kind of a nuisance. Versus his home series. Fuck. See? See? One saving grace is that he doesn't have item weaknesses, so you just have to get rid of the fucking toenail tumors he has. Oh my god! How do they know that's called the Gruesinator? There we go. Yeah, the Imprison doesn't actually fly the adventure mode missions, thankfully. Although it is a very frequent boss. That and Girahim, like, for some reason, they made those two the most recurring enemies, the most recurring bosses in the game for some reason in that mode. Alright, there we go. Jesus, takes so much damage. Yeah, better to use your special attacks against the toenails instead. Instead of like manually attacking them. There we go. There we go, instant. Oh, that didn't do as much damage. Okay. Got barely 1,000 KOs in this. There we go. And now we're gonna have to go after him. Come on, die. Alright, they're both dead. I'm gonna go after this one. Oh, I missed one. Damn it. You got this map is tougher than I thought. Alright, dead. Well, so. There we go. There we go. We just cleared the red spots in the map, but then we could finally beat Peter him. There's like one more keep we gotta do, and then these two outposts. Alright, enough of that. Yeah, he's gonna keep summoning, so might as well just end him here. God, you. This character, man, such an absolute freak. Oddest freak there is. Man, I forgot to change Fi's costume. Oh well. Easy. God, this scene is so sick. Just look at him. It just sets him there. An aura farming game, man. Link here is just an aura farmer. All right. Okay. So how many was that? It's 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so that's 10. We have how many left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then maybe we could do Sea Steel tomorrow. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13. Like 13. Then maybe we could save the Linkle stuff and then the Wind Waker stuff for the next stream. Okay. Yeah, I kind of want to keep playing, but I'm also very, very tired. So, no, I think I'm gonna call it there then. I think I'm gonna call it there, yeah. Alright. That should be it for now. Huh. Yeah, that should be it for now. Tomorrow I'll try to wake up earlier so we could stream more of it, I guess. I want to try and get the main story done by tomorrow and then see a tale. And if we have some time, I could do some of the... I could do like one level to showcase... You know, showcase a giant Coco and showcase Beast Ganon. And maybe even showcase some of the characters that we don't encounter the story or we don't get to use in the story, but I don't know. That might be the later stream. So yeah, I'll try to get up earlier tomorrow. Maybe we could do a longer stream tomorrow. And then Sunday, my time, hopefully I get to stream. I don't think I'll be moving out right until next week anyway, so I think I should be able to stream still. But yeah. Thanks to whoever tuned in. I hope everyone who stopped by has a good day, good night wherever you are, and I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow with more Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. I'll try to finish this whole game by this week. And then next week I'll be starting Age of Calamity. The next 2 weeks I could probably dedicate to Age of Calamity, and then maybe the last week of October could dedicate to Age of Imprisonment demo if that exists. If not, then I'll maybe like take the week off, since I don't think I'll be able to stream during that week. Or wait, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, thanks to those who tuned in. Have a good day, good night wherever you are, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao.